Alright, so the project at hand is to replace this carpet with some laminate floor we bought to match the rest of the house. We got into it and found out we should knock out a couple walls instead. Here's what it looks like. There you go. Half-inch away from the wall. Without overlap.
And it's cork?
I guess. I don't know.
Oh yeah, pretty obvious.
Eco
Cork form. This side up.
Boy. There's a ton of stuff in here.
Really?
Yeah.
We have to remove the baseboard. Yeah, there's no other options. And we're not gonna add a door because this wall right here is cinder block.
Yeah, that works.
I think you're about ready to drop a bomb. I was on the phone. What are you saying?
I think we should just open this up.
Why?
Look.
Ah! Oh my gosh.
It goes all the way through already. We should do it. It'd be easy.
What do we do about furniture in here? That was where our desk was.
I don't know.
I just don't know how the layout would work in here without having that wall space for a desk.
You're smart. You'll figure it out.
Maybe there might be a rat that you might see.
A rat? Ew.
Maybe there's buried treasure behind there. It makes sense to just go for it. Let's just do it. This is the door you've always wanted, and I didn't know it was going to be so easy. I thought I was going to have to grind out cinder block.
Hey Quinn, can you move? Dad's trying to pull off that. I don't want him to accidentally hit you.
Look right here.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Oh
Yeah,
goodness.
it wants to.
Should we take that light off so it doesn't? Well, can you stop? Oh my goodness.
I want the light to fall.
I know. Yeah.
Because that kind of like looked like it could actually have a door in handy, right? Oh, it's treasure chest! Because, hey Quinn, I'm pretty sure he used a hammer.
Oh my gosh.
Or he just punched it. He used the hammer for a while, and then we started to get it off. That it was moving, and then Dad just ripped it off.
All we were doing was putting the underlayment down, and now we're renovating the entire house. Oh, scared the dog.
Sorry, Coops. Watch out, bud.
Cooper. Yeah.
Yeah, don't stay up here, alright? Like, I think you hang that up.
Hang what up? Yeah, that's how you do it.
You can use this.
Yeah, well, I'm moving around right now.
Stay back.
Stay back. We're staying back. Why don't you go home? Oh, look at that. I can see the kitchen.
I guess there isn't it. We made a mess back there.
Oh, no.
That would happen when you do that, Mommy.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess it's part of the job, right?
Oh. Yes.
That was easy.
Well, it's already framed out and everything for you.
Vacuum this mess.
We just put some.
Okay, so now we've got the opening cut out to the kitchen. The more we sit and stare at it, the more we are considering opening up a large portion of this wall, which this was our original plan for the house, is to open up this wall and to open up that wall over there into the living room to make it more of an open feel.
Get rid of this door too.
We can't get, oh, well, I guess this is not going to be a bedroom. We don't need 2 doors anymore. So this little flooring project has certainly turned into something so much more. Remember you said you were going to be like done today?
It's a 2x6 glue lamp too, so it's like, it's perfect. I'll get it done by tomorrow. That's okay.
What are you leaning towards?
It's going, I'm still figuring it out. These are different heights. Oh, this one's 6 inches higher.
Oh gosh.
If I could get up, I could just get up in the attic and figure out what's going on.
Alright, so we're doing it from like here-ish? No. Here-ish?
Here-ish.
All the way over to here. Are we going to open this side up anytime soon or at a later date?
You have chill.
So we're putting plastic up. I mean, things are going to be a mess, but we're going to try to keep it as clean as possible around here. here we are, beginning of day 2 of this crazy renovation that we didn't plan on. Today, the goal is to clean up this big pile. We're cutting everything down to a more reasonable size and getting it bagged up, and then hopefully getting the rest of the wall removed and getting some temporary supports up, and then maybe if we're lucky getting the big beam up. So we'll see.
this too.
You need help?
Oh, I just need to make a little cradle because I can't hold it and hammer it at the same time.
Are you gonna use that hammer right now?
Time for the bottle jack. Oh. Right here. You pump. Can you?
Where am I pumping?
I'll pump it with my foot.
No, it's okay. Let me pause it. Is it doing anything?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Don't mess with. Don't
Okay,
watch out for it.
I
Just
won't.
stay away from that. Easy.
Did you get it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. I like missed the golden moment. What am I hearing? Oh,
That's it. It's not that exciting.
that was not exciting. But it's in there. Barely.
Put this here.
Me. Sorry.
Okay.
Alright. Oh, I didn't even realize that big beam you have in the middle.
What?
I didn't even realize. What is that, a 2x6?
Yeah, that was
Huge.
that was in the coal pile, so I just thought
Oh.
I'd use it.
I didn't even notice it. It's so big.
It's still aggressive.
What are the children listening to in the living room?
There's a bird.
They are
There.
rocking out.
Ready?
Okay, what are we ready for?
That's it.
Okay, well, are you gonna move this other stuff out of the way?
What's that?
All that?
Yeah.
Alright, so you're taking, what's going on with that outlet? Oh, that's just cut. It's
Yeah, outlet, yeah. Put this stuff, I'll just put it in here.
okay. Whoa. Alright. Well, goodbye, old wall.
Well, are we gonna die?
I sure hope not. Okay, what was that?
That's just the top piece.
The top piece of what? Of your support?
My temporary wall.
Okay. Like, was that supposed to fall?
Should we do it?
Do it.
Whoa.
Wow.
I think it makes a difference.
You could say that.
Insane. Bigger is better.
Remember when we were just gonna do the flooring?
Yeah. Kinda still are.
Yeah, the flooring will get done eventually.
Well, burn an inch, as they say. Okay, you on?
Yeah.
That's 4 feet. Good?
Yeah.
I'm going to the ceiling on this bad boy. There'll be nothing over here except a picture of one of those oval pictures of our family. In brown. And what is it? Patina or whatever? Sepia. Yeah.
So those beams go all the way across, and that's just like a fake drywall ceiling in the living room. But we already knew that. And aren't there like acoustic tiles above it that you saw?
Yeah. Oh, weird, right? Who covered it up? I mean, I don't know
That's how you
what.
were trying to expand. You're like, I'm ripping down the ceiling in the living room.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful in here.
I have to make a temporary wall. So the good news is I can just prop these things up. mark it up on both sides so I don't mess up.
Oh,
So
which
this
side is the
finished,
top?
and this is the top.
You make it look like it's not heavy.
It's not.
It's not?
When using the leverage, it's not heavy at all. No, it was a lot heavier when it was soaking wet.
Yeah. It dried out for a couple days inside.
That's kind of how I want it.
Still in the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's okay. Sorry, yes, please grab it, thank you.
Not bringing it inside the nest. Enjoy this ant watching session. Just get more and more fun as this colony would continue. For that.
Callaway. Cal. I can see you.
Wow.
It's open. The wall is open. It's not an office anymore.
Gary, you like it? You think it's cool? All right, here we are with everything open, everything relatively cleaned up. Take you on a little bit of a tour here, and a view from the back. See, not too bad, pretty open now. View from our old dinette where you used to eat in the kitchen. So yeah, I can see you just go all the way through to the front door there. Next steps here is to close this doorway. We'll frame it in, add some outlets, put in a dining room chandelier light in the middle here, and just start cranking out all this electrical. Got the boxes somewhat laid out, just so I can kind of think of where to turn things off and on, where things are going to plug in. All right, let's start putting this one back together. All right, what we're going to be working on today is these stairs. They've got to go, and we got to move and build new stairs over here. Shouldn't be too bad. I just put these in a couple years ago. They're not going to be there anymore. We got to build this wall here today too. So let's go ahead and get started on them. Okay, come on, go in. Alright, so we got the top off there, and I had built these a couple years, well, probably 4 years ago now. They're not, I mean, you can't even really call them stairs. You just had a platform come off of there into whatever this is. I honestly don't know what I did this for, but I think it was just I had scrap around at the time. It just made kind of like this top platform coming down on this step here. It's different sized wood, pressure treat, and I don't know, we poured a ton of concrete for some reason. So, not sure why I did all this, but in order to get the stairs over here, now we've got to take all of this this out. Seems I never jackhammered this out last time I took these steps out, so gonna have to be doing that. Don't want to think about it too long. It's just time to get going on these other stairs and just build what we can. It's Saturday, so I can't rent a hammer to get rid of that today, so that'll have to be done during the week next week. But alright, let's get going. Alright, well, we got what we could out, Barney Rubble style, but this is the original stair from a long time ago when this was originally garage. There's no hope of getting this out. I'll have to get the jackhammer on Monday and take care of all of that, but for right now we'll clean up Me and Quinn, ready to go? And we'll get what stairs we can in over here. The biggest problem is they're going to come out 3 feet, and this section right here is, well, they're going to land right there, so we'll just have to leave this corner. Yeah, we'll have to leave this corner off, won't we, Quinn? Get back to it on Monday. But let's clean up and get some stairs made. That 60-pound electric breaker made really quick work of these stairs. Probably took me about 30 minutes. So sometimes it's best just to get the big tool and get it done quick. Clean this up and try to work a little bit on these. Some of this is up. I'm not going to be able to level the floors very well with all that in there, so not too bad at all. Wasn't that big a deal. I should have done it years ago. I still have about a few hours on this thing to try to get a little bit more out and level this whole place so that way the floor is nice and level. We freaked out the dog too, huh, Cooper? You're not a fan of the jackhammer, are you? But alright, let's go ahead and start cleaning this up. Got down low, and then this part of the slab here looked a little unlevel, and I don't know if you can see that, but you know, over quarter bubble, so probably going to take some of this section out right here. Just anytime a laminate floor is not level, your joints are going to come out and it's going to crack. So got a little more work to do, got a little more on this rental, so we're going to not clean up as much, and we're just going to try to beat this rental timer here. I've only got an hour or so left with it, so I'm trying to get it done. And this is why I hate renting things. You just kind of have to get it done as quickly as possible without being clean along the way. But let's get after it and get this thing back. Job's pretty much done. Definitely broke through this really quickly. They see nice and tiny pieces all out. Made quick work with the breaker there, so definitely worth rent. Still got a few minutes to turn it in, and we'll come back and clean this up later. Let's get to it. Alright, so you can see that was $76.16. Took me about, I don't know, an hour and 20 minutes to break all of this out. Sometimes just get the big tool, just get it done. Getting jackhammering in your house, which is about the worst thing you could do, done quickly. It's worth every dollar in this case. But now it's time to clean up. Let's get to it. Okay, so we got this all cleaned up, and this is mostly leveled out now. We're just going to put some metal and some concrete in here now, and try to get back to doing stairs. Here we go. Okay, the idea today is to get some stairs right here so we can finally get back to somewhat normal, having stairs to get up to the second level there. This concrete turned out pretty good. Probably not the best job I've ever done, but trying to match the slopes. This was a garage originally, so there's a lot of different slopes here, so trying to match what's here slash level out a little bit so the laminate floor doesn't feel like a ramp. In order to start our stringers here, I'm going to get this PT down and attach to the concrete. It's fairly unlevel at the moment. I don't know if you can see that bubble there, but I'm going to try to take some of the 2x4 out and scribe cut it a little bit so that way it sits a little flatter and flush. And alright, let's go ahead and get to it. Just right on the line over there. See? Look right here. Now if we notch that out, see? Oh yeah. Okay, let's go cut it 1.5 inches off so this can sit on the pressure treat. Who's that right here? That's perfect. That
Do you need
right
to cut
there.
anything with my rake? Which is some glue on it.
Alright, let's cut a bunch more. You want to go hold that on that piece of wood over there on the wall. Okay, we are at. Let's do 111 and 8. 112 and 5/8. Put it against the concrete wall. Watch your fingers. Pretty much on the line. Sweet.
That is good.
So can you hold that on the other side of there?
Let's do a little step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep fixing it with all the love. Going in no
Got a massive pile here. Some stringer failures, but lesson learned. Didn't cost too much. But it will not stop snowing. It's made it real fun working on this in the snow, but we're getting it done. Okay, just want to take a quick break here to kind of show you what we figured for our stairs, stringers right here. Learned a lot of lessons along the way, so hopefully we can do a quick rundown and it'll save you some of the mistakes. I ended up cutting these things about 2 or 3 times before I got it right. So not an expensive lesson, but you know, hopefully you can cut it right the first time. Our finished floor to finished floor was 17 inches here, so we have our total rise as 17 inches. 17 divided by 3, or you could do 17 divided by 7, it's around 2.6, so we needed 3 steps. Came out to 5.67 for each riser here. That's about 5 5/8, so our rise is 5 5/8 inches. Our runs, we wanted treads to be 12 inches deep, so our rise plus our run 17 5/8 inches. You want to be between around 17 and 18 for these steps to feel comfortable. You'll see that rule if you ever go to start building your own stairs. And we have laminate flooring on the bottom floor and the upper floor here, and our treads were our 11/16 OSB subfloor. So doing a quick little bit of math to help get your stringers right. If you are, want this to be your top step, you can just eliminate this. We wanted to carry our floor into the living room a foot, so that's why we have our top step here. But super simple, definitely easy to mess up. I think the biggest thing that people mess up, which is a rule I found later, was dropping the stringer here. So, cut your stringer properly, and then what you're going to do is you're going to drop your entire stringer, cut out the thickness of your subfloor or your tread, and that gets this riser, and this riser all to equal out and be the same. Also, you can put in a little spot for a kicker here to hold your stair stringers in place, and that's it. Kind of simple. Easy to make mistakes. It's kind of hard to do the math on the fly, so take the time to draw it up like this. Hope that helps. Hopefully, if you guys are going to tackle your own stair stringers, you can avoid the mistakes that I made. So, all right, let's get back to the video. we watch with? Our eyes.
I'm ready for the grand openings of Dawn over here. You walk down from there. How do I get it? Get out. I can't get it. You can jump and I'll go that way. It's not the one. Can I try?
I'll let you do a hole over there, okay? Okay, you see that hole? Fill that hole in. Yep. Yep. Keep going. Okay, that's good. Hey.
Can I try the hole?
Nicely done. Hey.
That's nice and clean. I need to You can do some with I figure out a way. I don't work from it. Can I try?
Okay, got the stairs in. You can see they're kind of short risers, but don't come with a little longer treads, so they're a little bit more comfortable to use. Dogs like them. The old man likes them too. Doesn't have to jump in and out of the living room now. Patched back up the floor. We'll do that last little strip near the end of this project here, but all in all, went pretty well. Learned some lessons along the way, and yeah, we'll just have to get ready to do the next one here. And these treads are about 12 inches. The riser is about 5.5 inches. Next steps to do here is get this drywall on. We've got our doorways to close in. This is one. The other doorway is back there. Kind of the first time I did the stringer thing, and we learned our lessons, but we got them in. Okay, idea today is to get outlets in this wall right down here, one over here. Then we're gonna work on the rest of electrical, close this in, probably get an outlet and switches here to control this whole room and kind of get back in order here. Got some of these boxes in place already and just gonna get through it today. Goal would be to close in these walls, outlet here, and then on the other side over there. Yeah, and just get this place back together. Let's get to it.
Look at those birds are going underwater to get the fish. You see them? The fish? The birds are under the water. They swim down to grab the fish and then they go back up.
I didn't never know the dolphins did this. I thought they would like to.
Oh, they gotta eat something. They don't do it to be mean, they do it to survive.
Those little poor fish.
There's lots of them. How about trees that are-
Well, what is
All right, so you can see we got this. These are ran through each stud, coming all the way over to this new outlet. This is one way to do it if you're lazy and you don't want to get in the attic and fish takedown, but these that are really shallow and a bad angle, I'm going to get a plate to put right here, so if someone's decided to nail something in, it will deflect off this metal plate. So if your wires are shallow and you do this, be sure to get a plate like this guy right here. You want to put a metal plate here to prevent people from shooting a nail into there, into that. You're supposed to get these to the middle of the stud, kind of more like this one, but you know, the angles were hard. But that outlet's in. It's going to tie in over here with this outlet. Just going to run this guy over in here, come back up, come to this, through the stud, and then go up through the attic there. But alright, let's go ahead and get started doing that. Okay, when you're running wire, make sure, it seems counterintuitive, leave a lot, at least 6 inches, and when you're just roughing in, tie a little bit of a knot. That prevents it from pulling out when you get drywall in or something like that, so you don't lose it this way. And then just stuff it into the box and save that for later. Perfect. the ground wire is hot. Come on. Okay, for some reason we're hot. I don't understand why that would be hot. We're off now. I'm gonna connect them now. Alright, now those outlets are live. Shove this away from ground and neutral. Then secure this later. Cool. All right. There we go. What is the... Goodness. tight. Right about there. Press that switch over there. Go press that one over there. That's so funny. Stop it. Alright, so we had to grab power from these outlets down here up into our three-way, which is now our four-way. The way I had it before, we had power up at the lights up here. So basically it just wouldn't work. So basically you want power coming up into your four-way, your three-way switch. You run it over to a four-way switch over here, and then come to your last three-way. Always have to have a four-way between a three-way, and there you go. Not too bad once we get the power running into the start of the switches. Now we just got to get the chandelier one done, but all in all, it's going pretty well. Easy peasy. Okie dokie. So, got most of our outlets, switches in. This is the first time I actually did a four-way switch, which wasn't too bad once I got it figured out there. But just take you on a tour here. I know some of this is sloppy, but sometimes the best place to go ahead and grab power is somewhere that's really close, like here. Just diving into a close outlet versus doing all that attic crawling and fishing. Saves a little bit of time, and there's plenty of drywall work to be done on this project anyway. So all these outlets are live. They go ahead and they grab power from over here. Got rid of that switch, which was powering all of these lights up here. We actually converted that to a four-way. So four-way meaning, you know, this controls it, this one will turn it on, and finally this guy. Try to take you through that a little bit here in each little box to see, we'll just show you guys how that kind of works. Alright, in order to start these three-way and four-way switches, we have to grab power down here from this outlet, and what you do is you bring it up into this first box here. Now this first box, this is what's starting the three-way and four-way circuits. So show you what that looks like on the inside. I know there's a lot of time lapse, so I just blew through it. But what you do is the power, this is coming from the outlet. You bring your power in to the black screw here. So power comes in on this black screw on the three-way switch. Then what you do is you use your 14-3 wire. It'll have a black and a red on it. And so what's important thing is that black and the red, these are going to the other switches. So you put them on the travelers, which are the yellow screws here. So you got one yellow screw here and one yellow screw here. You can tie in your ground down here to the green screw here. And all the neutrals are just tied together and put in this box. What that does is you have power coming in to this box, and just so you know that these work, there you go. So let's go look at the four-way now and just see what the four-way looks like now that you know how to start your three-way switch. Alright, so these are the wires coming into our four-way switches. This is the wire here coming from our three-way switch that we just showed you, and this is our wire going to the next three-way switch. So they both come into this box together into our four-way switch, and we'll show you what that four-way switch looks like. Alright, so this is what the four-way looks like. You can see that there is a black and yellow screw on each side there, along with our green ground screw on the bottom. Pretty simple and easy to do, but what you want to do is you want to keep your red and your black here. They have to come from the same line, and they stick to their same colored screws. So these two are from the same line, coming from our previous three-way switch, and they both go into the yellow screws, as you can see here. And our black screw, these red, this red and this, or that black and this red, that is going to our other three-way switch. So you want to keep the lines together on their same colored screws. That's just how the four-way screw works. You don't want to put the black wires just on the black screws. That's just not how they work. And just so you know that this works, test it out. Now let's go look what the final three-way switch looks like. Okay, this is the end of the line here. This is the three-way switch, comes after the four-way and eventually sends power up to the light. You can see it has a ground, it has a yellow screw here, a yellow screw here, and then the black screw here. These are the wires sending power up to the light. Now you'll probably only have one. I had 14-3 wire in the wall already, so I just put red and black sending power up to the light. But it's important that the black and the red wire that are on both of the yellow screws here, those are my travelers. They go over to the four-way switch. If you don't have a four-way, these two will just go over to the other three-way switch. And then the blacks sending power up to the light. So on the other three-way, you'll remember the black was bringing power in. This black at the end of the three-way switch circuit is sending power up. So pretty simple. Just got to remember that the wire going between the switches always goes on the yellow screws here on the three-way switch. Again, all the neutrals are tied up together in the box. And then, just so you know that this works, see if you can see it from here. But, all three of our switches are turning the lights on and off. So, pretty simple. I know it's a hard thing, but as long as you know you have power coming in on one, power going out on the other, that's what the black screws are for. You can do your own 4-way and 3-way switch as well. One final thing I'll say on these switches, 4-way switch, super handy to have. However, if you're not comfortable doing the power, just better off not doing it. These are on and they're hanging out of the box here, but you can see they're kind of safe, they're grounded. You just got to know what you're doing. So, but again, with electrical, like anything else, if you're not comfortable, just don't do it. That's how you get in trouble. So this project's coming along. You can see, got the power coming in. I'm going to be stapling these, show you what that looks like. And that is going to wrap this up for the electrical part of this renovation. Not fun getting in the attic, but sometimes it's necessary. We'll staple all those off. End up patching that drywall because we grabbed power over here. And time to get going on the drywall now and start covering this place back up and making it look like a house again. You ready to do drywall? Are you? Are you sure? Alright, so we've got the electrical pretty much wrapped up, and it is time to start closing in these walls, adding some drywall, and hopefully texture to start making this look like a house again. We're going to start by probably closing up these walls. Those will make the biggest difference. And then we're going to be shimming up most of this in here. There's spots where there's plywood underneath, so we got to shim that. And then I have some drywall shims to just kind of flush everything out. Alright, this is a good area. You can see you got to add some 2x4s here. And then you can see we just need to shim a little bit to kind of flush all that out so the drywall doesn't bend too much. But got to add some backer in that corner as well. But not too much to do drywall wise here, so let's just go ahead and get started. It's party time. All right, so goal for today is to start getting all this drywall mudded up and patched and done. Nearly there on most of the patching, but good enough to start taping, mudding. You can patch the ceiling there a little bit. But not much else to say about this. Let's just jump in and get right to it. Okay, these are the tools I'll use. I've got the hawking trowel here, I've got the mud pan and the knife. I like to use this for taping. Be using this paper tape, and if you've never used it before, if it's not super wet before you put it on, or the mud's not super wet, the tape will just fall right off later. It doesn't bond very well, so you get the mud super wet in there, which is nice. It's a container, it's stuck there, which, you know, if you get really wet mud on this, you're going to be slipping off. It's hard to manage the mud on that when it's a little bit more runny, so that's just what I prefer. I know people can do whatever, but I just find this to be a lot easier, is putting the super wet mud in there, and I'll show you what that looks like. But for right now, we're just going to do a majority of the fill with this, and take a look where we're just using this. It's just all-purpose. It's pretty thick. It's harder to work, but I like the finish better. It's harder. It resists and stands up better, so I don't ever use topping or joint or anything or any other type of mud. I usually just stick with this, and yeah, like I said, it's really durable. So let's get to it. Showing you, these are the type of holes. I usually just fill these. I know it's a little bit janky, but this is plasterboard. There's diamond lath in there. So cutting a square and then patching it a little bit better than that. I'm just gonna go the longer route and just fill it. You can see the gap here all the way up. So I'll fill that really well, get it flat, and then I'll tape on top. Yeah, you can see this gap right here. It didn't blow out. It's pretty good. This is ready to tape right now. Kind of same with the rest of it up there. So important to make your cuts pretty accurate if you can. That way you can just kind of tape, saves you time on the mud face. just want to show you this real quick. Sometimes you don't need to get a big tool. You see there's a little bit of a cut there. You kind of just push this around, flatten it out. Grab a little dab of mud and just sort of fill in these gaps. Alright, then once that's a little sanded, flattened out, painted later, no one will ever know the difference. So sometimes you can just do a little bit at a time. And sometimes, like for this, you just gotta go big. So let's get to it. Okay, so we're finally ready to start texturing this place. This is in the hallway here, and we floated it out, leveled it out, and all that's left is to match this texture over here. I find it easier, so I'm not that good at matching textures. I'll just do the whole wall there. That way it's all my texture style. No one will be able to tell the difference. We'll bury it in the corner here and next to this trim here, and none will be the wiser. We'll just try to do our best. Yeah, this is the hallway here, and this is the room we're in. That's the other side of the wall there. Had to float out a bunch here, and again we'll just texture those sides, bury them in the corner, and then as you can see out here we had a lot of floating out to do to get this to plane out and be level and perfect. So got a fun texture day going, and let's just go ahead and get to it. Okay, so the thing we're going to be working on now is we're going to start putting these cabinets in. We got some raw, unfinished cabinets to kind of match to the cabinets we have in the kitchen already, but we're going to have a couple of uppers over here and over there, and we're going to have the base cabinets down here. They're out in the garage. I'll show you what those look like here in a minute. And these are the cabinets we're kind of trying to match here. Wouldn't be surprised if these are also just the basic kind of cabinets you can get in a big box store. But this is a custom stain. We're just going to be using just a pre-made one that's kind of close because it is going to be over there in the dining room. So, all right. As you can see, these are the kind of raw cabinets here, unfinished, just cheapest that you can get basically. But you can see that these door panels here match kind of what we got going on inside. I mean, these are oak. I think we have ash cabinets in the kitchen, but don't have a ton of space, so can't do everything at once. So what we're going to be doing is taking all of these drawers and doors off. I'll do all the frames of the cabinets first and then start putting those cabinets inside so we can get some room back here on the table. But those are all the base cabinets that we got, and over here these will be our wall cabinets we'll put up top. So let's get to it. Alright, so that's all disassembled now. Got our pile here, but I got this top cabinet, door off, this door's off, and we are ready to just do all the frame, face frame on these. We'll probably do all these lowers, all these uppers and the face frames, then I'll come back and do the drawers and doors later, but yeah, it's easy. Now it's time to just tape it off and put some stain on. Before you start putting stain on, one thing that you'll need to do is just get up close. These are actually pretty nice, but there's a lot of times where you have gurnishes or some dents. I don't know if you can see that up here, but you know, right here, just something to get on with some 220 or 150, sand that out, just smooth it out. Also, just a nice light sanding of the same grit helps the wood to take all the stain the same way, and that's what we're going to be doing right now, is just getting some 120, 150 grit on here and staining her up. Here's one that you don't know, I don't know if you can see very well, hopefully that focuses up, but you can see if you're in person here, this piece was sanded going straight down. So all there is a bunch of lines going straight down. You're staining, you want to go sand with the grain as much as possible. Sand with the grain. That hides all the scratches. And like we're going to be putting a dark stain on here. If you have scratches, they're just going to show up. So we're going to fix all these up, sand them right, and then get some stain on. Alright, so once you've got everything sprayed, you're going to want to take something like this. This is just 0000 or 40 wire steel wool. If you notice, you can run your fingers on there. It's like a little bumpy, a little bit of dry. So you just kind of take a quick run with this. You're not really taking anything off except any of the high points. And what that's going to do, to clean it off, it gives you a nice smooth smooth surface, gets all the high points off, smoothed out. Easy as that. All right, so kind of going fast here, but don't want to mess up too much. Have to look at them forever. So you can't see on this camera really, but sometimes when you're sanding, you'll put in like deep scratches kind of right there. You can kind of see it just sticks out. So using the random orbital sander and 150 grit, so just kind of a bummer that was there, but there's no use complaining about it or whining about it. Gonna resand these, just sand this long and slow and to get these scratches out. It was on about 2 or 3 other pieces, so not too bad, but it's just gonna be a resand, restain. That way it looks nice and professional, not like some hack did it. So we're going back to sanding them down. Let's get to it. All right, so you can see, looks a lot better now. And that's kind of what you're going for. So you saw how easy that was. You're taking the time to do stain anyway. Just, you see those scratches, just sand it down, do it again. There's a really bad one here, like this you could see. Or not see. We'll know later, I guess. But right here, there's just these half circles. So doesn't take too long. It takes about a minute or so to sand this down and get it looking good. So don't be lazy when you're doing stain. Just stick with it, get it done, and it's going to look better. And you're going to look at it every time you walk in your house, and you're not going to regret it. So I'm going to give this a second coat. Then we're going to knock this one off as done and hit the next one. Alright, that kind of did the trick there. So they're all smoothed out now. The randomness of the sander here, that's what they call a random orbital sander. You can't see scratches anymore on it, so just a slight 10-15 minute detour redoing those drawer fronts, but again, it's worth it, and now I won't feel terrible about myself too much. So we got the doors to do still. It's getting late tonight. I'm just gonna power through here, and hopefully the neighbors don't get too mad at me for being loud. But this way we can get it lacquered tomorrow and get them in tomorrow, and the cabinets will be done. All right, let's pump it out. dried out overnight. They're ready to be lacquered and sealed up. So we're gonna get to that today. You'll see what that looks like. Just try to get rid of this cloth, try to prop these things up, and how I do it is I usually do the backs first. The backs are going to be screwed against the drawers anyway, so they don't need to be as good looking and perfect, whereas the fronts are where you want to spend your time on because people are going to see it. I mean, they're going to be out on the front of the drawers all the time. So show you what that looks like. You want to be conscious of dust and other things. The more that gets stuck on these, the more you're going to have to sand off later. I'll show you what we use to sand too. This is what I use to sand after I do my final coat. It just gives it a really nice, clean feel, smooth feel. It is what 0000 wire wool, steel wool, whatever, fine 4O steel wool, whatever you want to call it, but it's just super fine, super thin, doesn't leave any marks. You just sand with the grain, or steel wool with the grain. It gets all of the raised nibs and other things off of your final coat. So I usually do one more coat on the front, then the back. It ends up being like 3 or 4, and that fourth coat you just want to sand it down. Gives it a little bit more of a matte finish too, which I like. Not so shiny gloss. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. Let's get to it. So there we hit that with the 0000 wire wool. Nice and smooth now. And again, this is the inside of the door. It's not going to see much action at all, so this is just double coated. There's plenty of finish on here. We'll wash this off. Get all this steel wool kind of off. And then this side of the door is done. So it's still, it's that simple. Yeah, make sure you hit it well. You can kind of feel, sometimes you can feel the little nibs, little raised sections. Like this side's not done and it just feels like a desert. Whereas this side is nice and smooth now. And definitely good enough for the inside of the cabinet too. So we'll flip this over and work on sealing this side. Okay, so this drawer doesn't, this drawer face, the way these screws are, doesn't line up with this very well, so I'm gonna just take this drill and sort of open these holes up so I can move that. That should help us move the face around so we can get these to line up better. That's what we're doing right now. Yes, yes. Do you believe?
Let's see how much minutes. So I have it in more.
Yep.
Lines up a lot better now. Alright, so the goal today is we're going to frame this other side out over here, and then we're going to be putting a large archway in the middle. So we're going to clear all this out and get started, but first time we've ever done an arch before, so hopefully it turns out alright and we do it right. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, got this 29.
Can I teach you one thing I learned when I was doing the arches and then
What?
just be sure you hold the pen at the same angle.
Oh, that camera's in my way. Okay. This is our building. Uh-oh. Whoops! So the reason for the oops there was just held that marker a little bit wrong. So we're going to redo it. It's good to measure as you go to make sure that the spacing is the same on either side when you're cutting these archways. So that's the reason for the redo there. Let's get back to the video. the money right there. Okay. got this bad boy done. Kind of first arch I ever attempted to do. Just kind of thought through it. I think it turned out pretty nice. The family's home. We decided to do this archway for the future little reading nook. So hopefully you guys liked it. It turned out pretty well. Not too difficult, but once we get this taped and mudded and textured, it'll look pretty good. The only thing that was kind of weird was the opening wasn't level. So when I got into it, so it kind of looks really, really bad right now, but we're going to be, that's what drywall mud's for. We'll doctor it up, tape it up. So, yeah. All right, so we are texturing. We're getting deep into it here. Got most of this archway done, and so what we have is when we did these outlets, I cut all that wall. We have this little space here. Anytime you're texturing and you're not confident that you can match, especially this is like a plaster wall with it's like sanded stuff in it. So what I'm going to do is instead of just leaving it there and try to sand and match and blend it all in, what you do is you just go ahead and texture that. It doesn't take more than a couple minutes, and that way it's all your texture. So just a little tip there. Everything from here all the way over to there, it's just going to be the new texture, and it's going to be my look or my personal little texture on it. So just wanted to point that out here. I'm going to go ahead and get this done. I'm going to go ahead, probably prime and paint this room, so we can start getting the floor in here so it starts looking like a house again. But here we go. Okay, so that is all sanded. Texturing is done. Turned into a lot. The archway was kind of hard, but as you can see, it's just time and effort really on drywall. Yeah, basically there's a lot of sanding. There could be more though. If you add that dish soap to your mix, it actually gets a lot of the bubbles out when you're trying to do that finished texture coat. So definitely comes in handy. So been waiting a while to do the flooring. It's when it starts actually feeling like you're getting progress and getting ahead. For a while now, it's been the grind, but just get this thing done. Let's get to it. All right, so before we can prime and do all that stuff, we got to clean the walls here, and just getting all the dust off is pretty difficult. But one thing I've kind of found out over the years is you can take a terry cloth, get them from Home Depot, just get a bunch of them in a bag, and you can get it on the pole sander that you just sanded your walls with. You can fold it pretty fancy, but all in all, really all you're trying to do is get it clamped in here, on here. So you just kind of stick it in this side right here, like so. Clamp it down. The other side, somehow get it in there a little bit, but clamp that side down. I usually tape it up a little bit, but then you can just kind of wet this down right here and just hit the walls. Makes it a lot faster cleaning. Otherwise, just getting all the dust in and out of everything can take a while. So, I'll show you what that looks like. Alright, so goal today is to start working on this floor. Got to clean up a little bit and then figure out some of these different heights here. I know this is a little taller on this side than this side, so I'm going to have to do something here. But this was a porch originally, so it all kind of slopes down, so eventually it catches up. Now normally you'd probably want to take all that out, but seeing how it is, it's an old house, sometimes you just got to make it work. So we're going to be doing that today. I'm going to start cleaning up. Just got these walls done, primed and painted, and we're moving along. But alright, let's get right into it. Okay, so I don't know if you can hear this over all the house noise, but right in this corner there's a little kind of a squeak when you walk by. And since you got the floor up, now's the time to fix these squeaks anyway. So I'm going to try to track this thing down and find out where the joists are running, and just use some galvanized framing nails just to kind of pound it down until the squeak goes away. So this can take a little bit of time, but you got the floor up, you might as well do it anyway. It usually doesn't take too long to find the problem areas, and it's usually just, back in the day they didn't nail things off as much, or who knows what's going on, or it's just old and You know, things have had time to settle, and you got to squeak now. So, but while you got the floor up, might as well fix it. I'll show you how that's done. We'll speed it up. You guys got the idea. You just kind of walk it over it, and if it squeaks, put a nail in and keep going until you get all the squeaks out. But let's speed this up. Alright, so we got all of those out of there. You can see that the old floor is just, old siding I should say, just a little high, so there's just a little hump right here. So we're going to have to hit the Sawzall, carve all of this down real quick, and then see what kind of plane we've got, see if we need to carve down more. Let's get to it. Alright, so we're going to be filling this and this kind of planes out from here to there now pretty well. Again, this used to be a porch, so it slopes, and it's just there's no way to. I'm gonna redo all of that. So yeah, coop. So yeah, we're just gonna get this going here. I'm gonna cut this plywood to fill this, and we'll use some sealant. I have some of this stuff. It's an exterior sealant, but we'll use that because this has a lot of gaps, and that way no bugs can get in here. So let's go ahead and get to it.
So we do this like right there?
Yeah, you can help too.
Right there?
Yeah, you can help too later.
And then we put this to glue on the thing?
No. This is just to block bugs, baby girl.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, these are blocker bugs.
They are today. Exactly. this thing here, and that's all we have left to do. It's going pretty quick. This flooring is pretty easy to put in, so you know, we'll just get it done. You can see what I did up here originally was I put these little stoppers in. I kind of got my little pilot piece here, story piece, whatever you want to call it. It just follows that line we snapped earlier. So this one holds that in. Then we got another stop block, and then our final stop block over here. And so why we're doing that is because obviously we don't have a wall here, so you can't use those spacers and put them against the wall like the little black stuff over there on that, which I'll show you here in a second. So this is a good idea to do, you know, that you can put these right on your line when you go to start, and then you can just pull the whole floor towards it. So that's what those are. There's a close-up of what those little spacers look like. And let's go ahead and get finished with this. Okay, and just in case you guys are wondering what's installed, this is that pergo flooring over there, but if you guys are curious, we'll put a link here up in the top right or top left or something. You guys can click it and watch it. It's a tutorial how to put all of this in, kind of like I'm doing now. So if you're ever curious for an actual how-to, go ahead and click that. Alright, let's get this done. Okie dokie. So we are going to work on our tile backsplash here. We don't have all of our tile yet, but we have most of it. So we'll be able to get probably up to around about here. And the reason why we can kind of do this in stages, we're going to be using this stuff. I'm going to show that off, sis. It's this muscle bound. It's basically just double-sided tape, but for tile. Usually on a small project like this, where it's just, I mean, you know, this is about 8 feet wide and 5 feet, 4 feet tall. It's perfect for something like this. You don't have to get a bag of mud. You don't have to get a bunch of other things. It doesn't really make a mess either. You just simply put it on there and you can just start putting those tiles on there. So we're using these Subway tiles. They look like this. And so this is a special like gray version. So we normally use white, but basically had 3 boxes of it and had to get 2 more. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna clean this off.
Gray.
It's like lightish gray.
Almost white and really and kind of like a little bit gray.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna see how level this countertop is. With this level, we'll get another level, and we're gonna start putting tile on. Let's clean this counter off.
Yeah! You can put the tiles right here.
We can, huh? I believe you.
I feel better.
So, as you can see, pretty much level. Maybe there's a tad, you know, we can move it on the left side up a tad, but looking good. We're just gonna start getting this tape on here, and then we will snap a line for our first row there, get the first row right, and after that we just go after it. Alright, that's the first 4 rows done there. You can see it goes pretty quick, pretty easy. That's why I like this stuff, and the best part about it is I don't tile a lot, and when I do, I usually cover this because I make a giant mess with the mud and all that, but it goes pretty quick. I'm not very good at tiling, but I can get by. It's looking great. This muscle bound stuff makes it super easy. The only thing I'll say with this is make sure your tiles aren't at all dusty or at all wet, because it'll fall right off of that tape. So this first 4 rows, let's get going and do the last little bit here before we run out of tile. make sense because I thought I pressed it on, but I didn't actually press it on. Alright, there we go. Top is done, sides are done, shelves are in. We've just got these small kind of gaps to fill here. Nothing major really, pretty simple. So we'll knock those out. Here's the other side. Kind of lucked out here. This lined up pretty well, so didn't have to cut on the right side there. You'll notice, and you'll see in the video, I was using the hair dryer over here and was wet cutting them, which you can do. It's just you have to dry them for, you know, after you try to put them on. I think you saw like one over, a couple over here, just when they're wet they fall right off. So switched over to just dry cutting. Dry cutting leaves a more jagged edge, but like honestly, when they're up top or on the side over here, we're gonna grout and just kind of cover that the best we can anyway. So you can kind of see, maybe in here, you can kind of see that was dry cut, super jagged. I mean, you could sand that and try to make it look a little better, but you know, Just kind of going for speed later there. Just trying to get this project done. It's not the easiest work, but you can see with this tape, muscle bound, it's really a breeze. So we're gonna knock these last little bit pieces out, and then good thing about this is we can grout this right away. So no need to wait a whole day for everything to cure up. We can just hit it immediately. So let's get to it. And there we are. Bottom's in. Bottom's in over here. And we're looking good. So I'm just going to clean up for a bit while. Kind of let this sit a little bit, and then yeah, we're just going to get to grouting this thing today and knock the tile off our list here. Getting close. Getting super close. Feels good. So again, yeah, just going to clean up. Kind of blew up everywhere, so getting everything really cleaned up really well, and then grouting later tonight will be nice when it's all clean and get a nice workspace again. But curious to see how these shelves go up. They just slip on there pretty easily, but those things are rock solid, so yeah, I think it's coming together. It's looking great. Okay, we got that done. Sorry, battery died on me while I was doing it, and well, one tip when you're doing grout, just don't stop. We've had this stuff dry up on us before, and we've had to scrape individual everything out. So yeah, that's pro tip number one. Just when you start, don't stop doing it. Not bad. We went with a light color. For obvious reasons. Number one being just not as good as I used to be. Don't do this a lot, so some of these gaps get a little big, and when you use a light colored grout, at the end of it, you just can't tell. So that's a one way to hide it up. If you're new, you know, I know the dark grout, the contrast looks really good, but sometimes the lighter grout is the right choice, and you just don't notice any gaps. So got that done, got that washed. You can see some of the grout haze over here and over there. That's the second wash. You kind of give it a, you know, rule of thumb is like 10 to 15 minutes. You wash it out after you float it all in there. Get your lines and your grout lines, get them really clean and good looking, and then 2 hours later, come back and clean that grout haze off. So we're moving and shaking on that. I'm going to get the shelves on today after I clean all the grout haze off. We'll kind of get some caulking on the sides and finish up some trims down here, put the toe kick in, and we'll be looking pretty on this. Okay, it's been a couple hours. We're going to go ahead and clean off all of this grout haze. You can buy the fancy cleaner at the stores. I've always used this. Just a little, let's put it out of the light there. Just a little wet, distilled white vinegar. Put about a cup in here with, you know, about 3/4 full of water. So that usually cleans it off really, really well. And kids are home, so maybe they'll help, maybe they won't, but let's get this cleaned off. And there we are. It's all cleaned up. We can put these shelves on now. Probably gonna caulk this line, the rest of the countertops, do some touch-up paint. I mean, I guess I should clean that off. You see it comes off pretty well. So that's the tile done. We'll get these fancy shelves put in and just keep finishing up this space. I like to leave the bucket out. I'll probably hit it again lightly. Just, you know, every time you clean it, it gets a little bit cleaner. So not too bad, actually. Going to start working on some shelves for this nook area. We're going to put some lights in. So let's get to this shelving and we're just going to make them. They're about It's about 2 feet from this wall to that wall. I want to come out 12 inches, so just going to make those shelves out of some project panels. Going to stain them, you know. We'll show those to you right now, actually, so you can get to see. So these are those project panels. They're just like, what, Reliable? I don't know, I just got them from Lowe's. They are, what, 16 inches wide, 3 feet long there, so got 5 of them just to see for now, but goal would be to get one shelf, get the shelf out of it like this, and then bend the front over to kind of put a little nice edge on the front, and then we'll get whatever hanging material we need out of the rest of the leftovers. So these are, I think it's like 14 bucks. So if I can make each shelf for 14 bucks, and it's, you know, it's pine, but it's real wood, so $14 a shelf's not too bad actually. So I'm gonna get drawn the shelf idea on one of these, try to work around these knots, and we're gonna see if it works. Alright, well, that took a while, but it's all cut. And turn that up a little bit. You know, something like that. Not too bad considering, I mean, I wish my table saw was a little bit better, but you know, you gotta work with what you can. And you know, we'll sand that, putty it a little bit, and that'll look nice. All right, cut all that down. This is our original 45 we made, and this is the goal here, is to use this as a ledger board on either side, which can get screwed into the wall, into a stud preferably. There's a little bow in this, but that's fine. We'll try to pull it out. But there you go. That's kind of the idea we're going to go with these shelves. Again, you know, I wish I had a table saw that I could go 45, but I don't. So we're going to have to doctor this up a little bit to just try to get it a little smoother, and I think this is the problem right here, obviously. But we're going to sand these a little bit. You know, the first one always takes the longest, trying to prove a concept, and then once we get it down, we're gonna cruise on this. So I think this is gonna work. It's gonna look great. Now the fun part. All right, there you have it. This is sometimes this is how you have to do stuff. So these are the tools that I have. A few clamps, you know, a straight edge or a level like I'm using here, and then this is like the tiniest circular saw they make. So you can get it done this way. I mean, it's not the tightest thing in the world. Ooh, got a knot there. Pretty simple process. Just kind of find out your, you know, 45-degree line. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. It's right here. So that's the 45-degree line. All I did was I just measured, you know, from tip of the, golly, all I did was measure like this, burn an inch, about 3 3/4, and then just replicate that line on here. This is your cut line. Take this straight edge, take your straight edge back 3 3/4, and then boom, you just cut that line. So. All right, another day back at it. We've got just, well, really just a ton of sanding to do. So, just gonna time lapse through this, but sanding the miter joints, sanding the faces, sanding just all of these pieces. Gonna do a 150, and then, I mean, maybe go down to 220. These are supposed to be little shelves, are supposed to be nicer, are supposed to have books sliding in and out of them, so that glass finish you get from like a 220 with some poly on top would go a long way for this, but we'll see. Just got a lot of sanding to do, and I'll start labeling these to go together depending on what miter joints look best. So just going to time lapse through this. Sanding is what it is. It takes a long time, and I don't even want to do it, so I'll let you guys watch it fast. Here we go. So I only got 2-inch brad nails on me and it's late, so probably just gonna commit to it. It's a bit much for the mitered edge that we're using, but we'll see if I can shoot straight enough. Probably for like a mitered edge, you know, it's like right here. Probably what you want for this is 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches. That's plenty of grab. Get about, you probably get like 3/4 inches to 1 inch of grab into your wood there. So 2 inches is gonna be a bit much, but hopefully I can shoot straight enough. If I get a bunch of shiners, then I'll stop using them, but we're just gonna try it out and see how it works.
Yep, I got the dog.
the next day here. So those are all the shelves. Got those whipped up last night. Just to recap there, we switched over to that finish nailer just because I had the shorter nails for it, and just the way we're finishing these, it wasn't too critical how big the holes were. So we'll see how that turns out. Going to be using this to kind of fill everything, all the holes. We got to remove some nails that shot out just because they were too long. Those brad nails, you hit a knot and they were they were just cue balling out of there. So show you what that looks like. I'm just going to clean up a little bit though, get a nice work area going, and then we'll get right to it. And there we are, all puttied up. Gonna let this dry for a little while, and then we'll come and sand it and sand and stain. Hopefully most of those things will disappear and these will look good. If not, they're going in a spot that can't be seen too well anyway. Definitely gonna have to invest in something to cut better miters, because those are not even miter joints, they're awful. So nice to practice on some cheap wood that doesn't really matter too much, and we'll get some better stuff for our upcoming projects here. But yeah, just gonna let it dry, and then we'll sand it up and then stain it. Okay, so that was all the 120. You can kind of see, you know, you can get close, you can see these nail holes. But I think once you stain the thing, the only person that'll be able to tell will be me and the people watching this video. So I'll show you what it looks like after we stain, but I think I am. I'm going to hit it with the 220 grit. That way it's just a little more slick. These are going to be like bookshelves. So having a little more slick, things sliding out a little bit easier. This is actually 120, so 120 is a little rough. We'll get the 220 in here, make it smoother. That'll just help it last a little longer, and the finish will be nicer anyway. So. Alright, so you can see that. This is the color we're going with. First coat, I guess. So this is just simply white, 275. Good old Minwax. So this is going to be our first coat we're going to go with, and then we're going to come back over it with this color, which is kind of early American, just 230. So that's the goal here, is just going to give us a little two-tone effect, but this white will be a good base. It'll just, most of the wood will soak up most of that by itself, and then we'll come back over this as just kind of like a top coat, and anything remaining will suck it in, any remaining pores, but this will keep it lighter, it won't be too dark. It's fun, it's a little interesting. yeah, in order to get the outcome we wanted, we just decided to do 2 different coats. See, it's not even really, doesn't really even want to take it that well, but that's on purpose. That looks pretty good. It's a different stain. Probably pay a lot, or not a lot, but pay, you know, a bit in the store to make this. And yeah, probably won't let it sit too long because we're just looking for that little quiet brown tone. So probably wipe these a little faster than I did with the white, so that way it doesn't turn too brown. But yeah, there you go. Just for reference, this is what the other ones kind of look like. You can see the difference. It's a slight brown tint to just like a pure white stain. So looks pretty good. I think I'll speed up the rest of them because you've seen that whole process now, but let's just get through the rest of them now and flip them over. Alright, it's been a full day here and we're ready to lacquer this. You can lacquer all of it. Sometimes you do like a poly, but poly does add a little yellow to it, so the lacquer will keep this whole kind of white with these little brown knot grain accents. So that's what we're doing. This is what I use. And it is hot today and I had the garage closed, so I'll be wearing my mask there. But yeah, we're gonna spray all this. Right now it's day before 4th of July, family's coming to town. I'm just trying to bang this out, so I will put this on time lapse and we'll get this done. All right, so we've got our oak boards here. The idea today is to kind of make just some hollow, kind of aged oak beams like so. We're going to be attaching these with some dowels, just because there's other ways to do it, I know, but for what I've got in my garage, I can't miter lock these, so we're going to have butt joints that look something like that. We'll use putty and stain it and try to just make them invisible, but really that's my sort of my best option. This is the mock-up of what we've done to just kind of rough this up, make it look like it's been around for forever. So there's a combination of things we're doing to make this look older, and once I get these two sides together, I'll show you what that looks like. It's an assortment of hammers, chisels, some axe cuts, some nail holes in here, and I'll show you how I dig out all these grains. So, oh, and then one more thing too. This video is just, unfortunately, it's just gonna be a ton of time lapse because it's a lot of the same kind of motions, a lot of same things to do. Also, I've got to make around 6 of these, and I really only have just kind of a bunch of hand tools to use and drills. So, gonna be going fast. A lot of time lapse on this one, but I'll slow down when I get to this point, so you can see some of these techniques, and I'll try to go over each one in depth there, so that way you know how that comes out and how it looks and what causes that look. So let's get to it. Alright, so there you go. This has been sufficiently roughed up. You can see, you know, it looks like it's been outside for a while because this wire wheel, this is the real ticket here. It digs out, you know, all that weak kind of wood in between the grains. One step that's not probably necessary, but it just adds a little more of the feel to it is this. This is just a hand planer, but it just gives it some of that, you know, some of these divots right here where I stop, it just gives it that, you know, oh, someone tried to make, you know, someone planed this out manually or hand scraped or whatever. So nail holes, not really a rhyme or reason to it, but you know, just pick a place, do that, and then just like you would take out any other nail, just kind of widen it a little, because that's how a nail would traditionally come out of a piece of wood, and then you got a nail hole right there. So I guess just kind of do whatever you feel like doing with this stuff. You know, I guarantee the people that get these old beams that are super jacked up, I mean, it's not like people were thinking about, oh, I need to rough this beam up that way for its entire life. So yeah, we're going to be using a lighter stain here. So to get these grains to darken up a bit, like they've been super aged, just take the torch here, kind of turn it on. To get stained with kind of nice contrast there, but again, you just kind of lightly sand this, and then we'll stain and wax it later. But that's what you do to kind of bring out the grains of the wood if you're going to use a light stain. That's one of the options. Yeah, let's get to the rest of it here. So these are the butt joints. You can see this one's raised, but this has been, I guess, treated, you could say, and this has been aged too. And what we're going to do now is be getting this butt joint right here to basically look like it's not there. It's a little raised, but I'm going to do some planing to it, sanding, get it level with this one, and then we will rough it up and hopefully make it look like this other side, which, I mean, of course you can tell, but if you get close enough, sometimes the seams kind of disappear. So once I get this kind of prepped, do some slower video here so you can see just how I make some of these seams look like they disappear and go away. So let's get to it. Alright, so the first thing I usually like to do is just take an axe, and the seam right here in the butt joint, this is the real problem here. So that's the thing you want to get rid of first, you know, just to get it sort of to blend in with the other piece there. I'll do a couple more, get deeper ones here. So get pretty deep, and then just, like you said, just take it off. The axe blade here. You know, a lot of people want these beams because they're hand scraped, so, you know, take a scraper and just take off the tops, let it stop a little bit, and that's going to join up stuff even more. You're actually going to take the wire wheel, and then you do want to wear some glasses with this. Just and then the last thing you can kind of do to give it some just straight up regular dents like it's been beaten on with a hammer is, you know, beat it with a hammer. So the idea is to rough this thing up. And once you get to this point, you'll take your sander, some 220 grit sandpaper on there, and just lightly hit the whole top here. Take the torch, light it up, and then just slightly burn it a bit, because the last thing you're going to want to do with this, hit it one more time with the 220 sandpaper. There we go. You know, you don't want it too burned, but yeah. And luckily this portion I showed you, the grains in the wood sort of match and move the same way. I mean, I'll always be able to tell these are two different. Might dig these grains out just a little more because they are kind of smooth, but that's really it. You just repeat that for everything and we get our beams there. So go ahead and speed this up and crank out the other 5 of these that we got to do today. Alright, so we've got our faux beams ready for the first opening in the dining room there. Took a while, probably good 2 days just to do these 3. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to run my hand over, try to find anything that sticks out, probably get a chisel and a hand sander and just get it down. Don't want people walking into this and getting any splinters or anything popping off. Also, it'll just make the finish look bad if these little slivers do pop off. So that's what we're going to be doing. Then we'll be putting on this. It's just a classic gray. We burn the grays beforehand so that way they'll stick out a little bit more, and then we sanded that down just to get rid of any burn marks that would be on there. So hopefully this comes out looking like our test piece that we did. But right now I'm just going to take a good look at these, get some air on them, and just blow out any of these divots so we can find anything that might pop off later and get it off now. So let's get to it. So first things first, I know what I told you doing already, but we're going to use this. We're going to hook up the air compressor. We got the hose here too. So this is just compressed air. So we're just going to blow a lot of this out, probably the whole thing, just to get any little dust particles out. And that'll just, anything that's loose is going to be just brought out by this thing. So we're going to do that. We'll use the sander to get rid of anything like sticking up as well, smooth anything out. Got our axe here and a chisel to dig out anything. And so we're going to do this with everything to smooth it all out. so that's all stained up now, all 3 of them. It came out pretty good. The reason I was doing it with rags is just staining it got even more of the slivers off. So we're looking pretty good. I'm going to give this most of the day to cure up in here and give the stain a chance to just soak in, and then I'll be waxing this. So we're going to put a wax finish on this. It'll just fill some of these things in, these grooves in, and even more, and then it'll make a lot of these sharp edges just to kind of disappear. But yeah, that's a great color. It looks pretty dang good. And yeah, once we're getting the paste on and get it finished, we'll start putting these bad boys up, see what they look like in place. Alright, so these have had enough time to dry. Don't smell no more. So last step here before we can start installing them is to put this paste on. Finishing wax. Again, do a close-up to start and they'll put you on time lapse, but this is going to fill a lot of these gaps in. It'll still see all the character, all the chop, but what will happen is it'll just fill and get rid of any jagged edges. And apply it with the rag too. Just again, it just rips up any of these fibers that are in here, so that way, ideally when they're inside, the house and people rub up against them, there's nothing coming off. Also now, if anything comes off of this, it's going to rip the finish off, the stain color, so you're going to be able to see the stain, or I guess raw wood anyway. So. All right, there we go. All waxed up. It goes pretty quick. This stuff, you just kind of apply it, wait 15 minutes, and you come back with a semi-clean cloth and you just buff it all out. So I'll probably buff it out a couple more times. But as it cures, it just kind of gets, I mean, it just cures into a really, really hard shell all on its own. But yeah, these came out really nice. Now it's just cutting them down, getting them in place, attaching them, and we'll go for round 2, make 3 more. so we've got this all trimmed up here, and this is because these beams are just going to wrap around the framing underneath. The reason we did this was it just saved us a ton of money. We didn't have to buy the 8x12 or 6x12 beams to put, oak pieces to put up here all the way around and wrap it. So that's why we did it here. Now we're just going to go trim the posts and trim the top beam down so we can line up right here. So we're going to go ahead, go out to the garage and do that. Okay, so this is the top beam here. As you can see, I just left a lot extra on here. But as we said before, we're going to have the other beam posts come right here and over here and over here. So we're going to match that to this. And what that measurement was right here, this measurement's about 4 5/8 roughly. So 4 5/8, we're going to match this distance right here on that other top beam. So in order to do that, let's set up over here so we can cut a little more. Just going to measure from here, 4 5/8 over, and we'll end up taking about this much of a chunk off. So once we cut this off, we'll de-stress it again, and tidy up the ends, and then we'll get this big one hung first, clamp it in place, jack it up a little bit, and then start working on getting the posts in. And hopefully all these just they'll sit like a puzzle piece in there. They're pretty firm. We'll secure them here and there, but hopefully I'm thinking they're not going to take too much to just sit in place, since they'll be wrapped pretty tight around these beams. So let's get to it. Alright, so got this thing in temporarily, and gotta say it looks pretty good. It was a really tight fit, but I guess that's the point. I'm gonna have some drywall patching to do, but that's to be expected. But all in all, it looks pretty good. Now I'm going to get my bottle jacks and some just 2x4s. I'm just gonna go from this side up, go from here straight up. We'll get this thing as level as possible, clamp it all the way for now, and then we'll get our columns in. And once we get our columns in, this thing will be, it'll be holding itself up pretty much. So, but all in all, like I say, it looks pretty good. It was pretty good after all this work to get that in, but we'll keep going. Okay, so we got that in place with that bottle jack there. This thing is pretty much, it's under a pretty good amount of tension actually. So I'm going to get some clamps and just focus on clamping this whole thing across. Use some leverage and things to get it exactly where I want it when it's clamped a little bit more, but that's what it looks like. And the thing to do now is to just cut these sides posts. We'll slip them in just one at a time, and we'll just secure all the beams down and patch up some drywall. But overall, it looks really good. Better than I thought it was. Alright, and that's the other side is all in. Again, these aren't attached or anything right now, but there's so much compression and pressure on here that these things just can't move. So I'm going to take those clamps off, see where this stuff rests. Like I said, we're going to come back and just kind of finish nail these just to secure them so they don't move a lot. But that is the finished look there, and not too bad.